Hello, Jen. There you go. Can you guess where I'm at? Come on. I know somebody can guess where I'm at. Hello, Brenda. You want Silly to be a mod too? Hang on. There you go. That's right, I am not in Oklahoma. No, I am not in Colorado. Read the sign. Him, but I just got done talking with Patriot Mechanic and found out that X-Ray's pickup is stuck, and you know, it'd be really easy just to jack up one side of on the rear tire, one rear tire, shove all the dirt back under it, put it back down, jack up the other side, shove all the dirt under it, put it back down, and then easily roll out. It's so easy to do that, and it is not dangerous like other people have supposedly said. I'm not in Wyoming. Hello, Nancy. There are some people in the world that just can never grasp anything mechanical. You're welcome, Silly. Ding, 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 we have a winner. Silly wins. It is Utah. Sorry, Nancy. Idaho's close, but not quite. We'll see if I hold my signal all the way through this canyon. Anybody want to take a guess where I will be tomorrow? Yes, it will be in Nevada, but where? Texas. Sometimes they call it the dirtiest little town. Yes, silly, you got it again. And Jen too, shortly after silly. It's a beautiful day today, now that I'm finally out of Wyoming. I would have live streamed that today, but the winds were between 50 and 80 miles an hour depending on the gust speed. I was a little too white-knuckled around the steering wheel. Still there, or is it buffering? Because it's down in the yellow. Thank you, Jen. Oh, we still have snow up here. We can still go skiing. I don't know, what's it like to go skiing in the snow when it's like 75 to 80 degrees out? This is where I am stopping for the day. Take a quick look over at the truck stop, see if I've got room there. If not, I'm just going to go into the pullout. Looks like I'm just going into the pullout area here.
Keep left toward Heber.
I'm gonna get parked here. Park it where you guys get a good view of Park City. And then I'm gonna zoom it in a little
Turn
bit,
right
see if
on
I
Silver
can't get
Creek Road,
because I can
then
see
take the
the
second
Olympic
right.
ski jump from here. And Don't know if you guys have seen it. You saw it during the Winter Olympics a few years back, but we'll see. I'll let it back up a little bit here. Okay, now let me see if I can zoom this in a little. There you go. On the side of the mountain up there, in kind of a greenish color, just a little left of that white sign, there's that kind of diagonal gouge. It's kind of greenish colored. That's the Olympic ski jumps from the Winter Olympics a few years back. Jen, you're everywhere tonight. Yeah? Well, Jen's a busy woman. She's got it going on, right? Isn't that right, Jen? You got it going on. Yup. This is where I am stopping for the day. I'll get up, get the dog out for a little walk, and talk to you guys for a little bit, and then go to bed. Get up whenever I feel like it tomorrow, because I deliver my load outside of Reno Tuesday because it's Memorial Day weekend, so I've got all weekend to go another 500 miles. No, I'm nowhere near X-Ray. X-Ray's in Colorado, I'm in Utah. I was already halfway across Wyoming by the time I found out X-Ray was stuck. And them tow trucks up there are expensive. Those tow truck guys up in Colorado are very expensive. Beep, beep, she has a Jeep. I want an old like CJ5 or CJ3, somewhere in between. Maybe a CJ7. But I want it to be like 60s, 1960s era. Oh, good. Good. His insurance took care of it. His insurance is going to turn around and take care of him, too. They're going to up his rate. No, not... Well, did he use USC... Did he use USCCA? No. USAA. USAA. That's the one I'm thinking of. Did he use that one? "2019's too new." Thank you, young blood. I appreciate it. Did you watch me on X-Ray's stream last night? I used to have a 78 Cherokee, Grand Cherokee. That was a fun little beast. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, no, when we talk convoy stuff and other things, I get boisterous, and I get there's a lot of it that just everything that's going on burns me. It boils my blood, and I have got to get it out one way or another. It's better to get it out that way than in some other ways, if you know what I mean. Good. I'm glad you enjoyed the conversation. Hello, Annie and Michelle. Not Annie. Angie. Angie, okay. Well, when I'm speaking like that, I try to speak purely from the knowledge that I was given in our school systems before they started really ripping stuff out of the schools. I had a history teacher that was really big on the Constitution, on all of the wars, what happened, how they happened, politics, the whole nine. All of my teachers, all of my history teachers growing up, they really knew what they were talking about, and none of that stuff is taught today. My kids didn't even know anything about World War II except that a lot of Jews got killed. They didn't know how. They didn't know that a law like what we have on the books right now with the Emergency Powers Act is what was used to round up all the Jews to get them killed in the first place. They decided to make a mandate that Jews couldn't be out in public without the star on, and then so on and so on and so on, until they put them all in cattle cars and shipped them off. That's exactly what we're looking at right now. The beginning of that all over again. And adding in the WHO, that just makes it even easier for them to just stomp in, because they know regular American soldiers won't do that. Regular American soldiers, by the Constitution, have to side with the people, not the government, in situations like that. That's why they want the WHO signature. That's why they want to give our sovereignty over to that, simply so that they have the ability to bring in the blue helmets. Because the blue helmets don't care about Americans on American soil. They teach them that they are not a boy and not a girl. That's what they teach them. That's what the schools teach today. You're not a boy and you're not a girl. That's what they teach them. Yeah, if you can homeschool your kids, that's really good. But not everybody has the ability to. Like, there's people who both where there's families where both parents are working, or it's a single parent family, and there isn't that time there. But those parents in particular could easily sit down with their children for an hour a week, or an hour a day, or every couple days, or just spend a weekend and, you know, talk to them about things. Explain how things are now and why they're that way, and how things in the past made them that way. The biggest thing that everybody should remember, it's a really famous quote. I don't remember who said it offhand, but those who forget history tend to repeat it. No, they took the Pledge of Allegiance out of schools for what almost 20 years ago, I think. We are in Utah. This is overlooking Park City, Utah, and if you look closely, you can see the Olympic ski jump up there that was used in the Olympics several years back. Park City, Utah. How's my sound? I mean, I don't know if you guys can hear me loud and clear or anything like that, so. And I'm about to. There we go. Now you won't have the engine noise. It's nice and peaceful and quiet up here. This is why I like to park up here instead of right down the mountain inside Salt Lake. Salt Lake is dirty and busy and noisy. You understand the assignment. The biggest thing is just opening people's eyes to what is really going on. Stop paying attention to this Ukraine thing. I mean, it's saddening what they say is happening, but the fact remains that is not here. The U.S. does not have any business with the Ukraine, at least not legally. We don't buy anything from them. We don't sell anything to them. They're not a part of the UN. They don't want, they throw this in your face so that you quit thinking about Hunter Biden's laptop. You quit thinking about all the videos and evidence that you saw about the election fraud. They want you to quit thinking about 2,000 mules. They want you to quit thinking about all of that. They want you to quit thinking about the WHO. They want you to quit thinking about COVID. They just want you to do what you're told. And that is not what they are here for. They do not sit on thrones. They are not rulers, and we are not peasants. They're supposed to work for us. They're supposed to listen to us, and they don't. They stopped listening The politicians in this country stopped listening to the American people in 1871. So the mission is to get people together and get people's eyes opened any way you can to what's really going on. And these days it can't really be done on a keyboard, because everybody on the computer now, everybody over the internet, oh, I can debunk that, or that's been debunked, or this has been debunked. It doesn't matter which side of the fence you're on. Whatever you're saying has been debunked. So if everything that ever has been put on the internet has been debunked, then what's real? What's true? G3 and man, the G3 and man. You might want to really rethink that statement. You think you're a free man. You have the illusion of freedom. But as long as the Emergency Powers Act is in place, you do not have freedom. They can show up on your door, make up any excuse they want, throw you in a prison cell, lock it and throw away the key without any due process, without a lawyer, without a phone call, the whole nine, because they'll turn around and use the Patriot Act and call you a terrorist. And then you're in there indefinitely until they decide that it would be beneficial for them to drag you out in public and make a spectacle out of you. My thoughts on Q? Do you really want to hear what I think about Q? I have several friends whose lives went down the drain following Q. That is true. The life of Tammy, that is true. The CIA did confess to creating the term conspiracy theory. Let me ask you all this, okay? When you think about Q, and you think about everything that has happened in the last 2 years, leading up to the election and after the election, you think about all of that, everything that's happened, and then you think about Q, and then you think, ponder this one. What would be the best way for the people that are planning to steal an election and take over the world worldwide, not just here in the States, and put us all back under slave chains and try to kill most of us off with fake toxins that they've put into syringes calling vaccines? What would be the best way to subdue and pacify the silent majority that they know would have stood up, picked up their guns, and marched on DC the day after the election? How do you pacify them? How do you keep them busy? How do you keep them from being a part of anything? You turn them into keyboard warriors thinking they're all working for Q, right? Because I granted there was a lot of truth put out in the Q stuff. The problem is the truth that was running around in Q only made up 10% of everything that was running around in Q. So we'll put a little bit of truth out there, and then we'll sprinkle it full of all this other BS. It was all a distraction to keep the real patriots of this country pacified. And they did it very well. It was the agenda of whoever is really pulling the strings. They put it together as a psyop and gave it to people to put out there and make the true patriots and the true conservatives of this country think that it was something coming from that side. And from what I understand, it tricked a lot of people. A lot. That's how I believe about it. There is a lot of truth there, but the amount of truth that's there is only 10%, like I said, of what's actually out on the Q stuff. I mean, can you see what I'm saying? Do you see my point of view there? Because I asked my grandfather, I still have one grandfather alive. He was in World War II and in Korea. I asked him, if this stuff that has gone on over the last few years happened even 40 years ago, what do you think would happen? And he told me straight up, him, my other grandfather, and my dad, and my uncles would have all been the first people out the door with guns on the shoulder marching on DC the day after the election. It wouldn't have been all of this crap happening after the fact. Yes. Even the other wolf who shall not be named. He went down that rabbit hole way bad. He's still down that rabbit hole. I mean, it's pretty sad when somebody decides they can't do their job anymore because they can't leave their house, because they can't get away from their computer because, oh God, Q's about to post something new. Yeah, Jen, do me a favor. Anytime you see somebody bring up that name, you know, he who shall not be named, take care of that for me, would you? Please, please, please. I don't want to see it in here. Because I really don't want to talk about him. I don't want to talk about any of the situation. I want to try to be the better man as much as I can. Well, yeah, that's the thing. I mean, the powers that be have been trying to push us into a civil war for so long. Look at what happened in the change in our media over time. You know, the racial division that they kept pushing. You know, when did it really start going full bore? And it moved over from just being on the news, you know, in certain ways, to suddenly being in the TV shows or being in the commercials. And, you know, and now you can't even see a kid's cartoon that isn't pushing some kind of racial division garbage. If you stop talking about it if you stop talking about the races, if you stop talking about the differences, or if you stop talking about why it's bad for a white cop to arrest a black person, if you stop publicizing that and shoving it in everybody's faces, 90% of this country, if not more, don't even care what color you are, or what race you are, or what descent you came from. It's a very small, very, very small minority of people in this country that have a problem with other people just because of the way they look, or where they came from, or where they grew up, or how they grew up. Well, that's when you just hand them a pocket constitution and tell them to read it. DJ, hand them a pocket constitution and tell them to read it. That might open up their eyes enough to realize that a lot of the stuff that they're being shown is wrong. On January 6th, what should have happened is the real patriots of this country should have stopped everybody from going into that Capitol building. Just because just because the people inside opened up the doors and started waving them in, nobody should have stepped foot in there. Nobody. That was a setup. That was a setup so that they would have an excuse to blow the whole thing out of the water and not accept any evidence at all. The evidence never got submitted because those doors opened at the exact same time the evidence was put on the table. And how can you call it an insurrection when there wasn't a single weapon? Nobody walked in there with a weapon, and nobody walked in there with any intentions, as far as my understanding is, of doing anybody in there any harm. The people just wanted to be heard, and they thought they were going to be allowed to because they opened the doors and waved them in. Long legs, I'm good. You probably would make me feel like a midget if I was standing next to you, Jen. I'm only 5'7". I'm short. Yep, the American people fell for it. And do you realize that every single politician that was there that day already knew the plan? They knew what was going on. They knew it was going to happen. They had planned it in advance. But that should tell you there isn't a single politician in the House or in the Senate that has the back of the people. Not one. They may say they do, they may act like they do, but when push comes to shove and the agenda needs to be pushed, they bow down to it, or they accept it. This is why we need to force the issue out there. We need to make our voices heard. We demand term limits. 2 terms. That's it. That's all you get for any office. No, yeah, see, Jen, you would make me feel like a midget. You're like a foot taller than me with 5'9", because I'm only 5'7". Oh, Michelle, wow. I'd probably feel like a little slug or something, because you're way tall compared to me. No, I'm teasing. Yes, I'm 5'7". I do just fine for how short or tall I am. I'm not worried about it. You know, I've actually had the DOT officers pull me over and question if I even have any air in my seat, because I sit even with air, no matter how I set up my seat, you can barely see me in my truck. They think I'm sitting way too low. So they open up my door and I show them, yeah, I've got air in the seat. How tall are you? Oh, I'm 5'7". Okay. You know, and I think the actual minimum, the shortest you can be to legally drive a semi-truck is like 4'11". I think you have to be 4'11" or taller. Stacy, yes, everything that was going on was a distraction. Now, Pelosi wasn't the leader of it. Even Pelosi has a boss to answer to. George Soros was pulling a lot of those strings, I'll tell you that much. And so were the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds. I sound taller on my stream. Thank you. I'm like 10 feet tall on my stream, right? Yeah, 6'3". That's a good height. That's a good height. When I was growing up and in high school, almost all the kids and almost all the other guys in my class were between 6 and 6'3". Hey, Michelle, you've heard us talk about Rosie Rowe in the past on a lot of the live streams. You know, she is only 4'11". She's really short. But I'll tell you what, she has more patriot in her than at least half of the people that I met at the convoy in the first place. People keep asking. You know, I've been in a few different chats today on some of the live streams, and people keep asking if I'm going to head out there and join the Santa in the 1776 restoration movement. And I just have to. I usually haven't answered, but I'll answer here. I'm still decompressing the whole thing. I'm still also digging myself out of a financial hole that I was put in by others. And right now, my only plan as far as joining any convoy type movement coming up at this point in time is the 10-4 to DC, and that's in September. So that's when a lot of the truckers in the country are going to head to DC to express our views about what's going on in the trucking industry and the fuel prices. Anything else that's going on in between, if I happen to be going through town and have time, I will stop and participate. Like if I'm in your state and your state has something going on at the Capitol and I happen to be going through and have time and can do it, I'll be there that day with bells on and all my air horns blowing and my train horns too. But for right now, I can't really say what I'm doing because I've got too much on my plate, should I say. Oh, The Life of Tammy. I gave you guys pizza. I can't really see your picture. It's really, really tiny, but thank you. You're welcome. I don't remember your name other than the Life of Tammy. So it's good to see you in here. It's really good to see you in here. I heard you guys, I heard they had a little bit of a excitement at the AFC last night. And I'm pretty proud of the steps that Nicole made and the judgment call that she made. It was the right one. And you enjoy your night, Tammy. If I'm driving through your state, Krista, and your state is having some kind of rally, and I actually have time and am going past the state capitol in the first place, I will be there. Night. It's always nice to sit here and watch them mountains get darker and darker as it edges out, right? Well, I don't have to be from your state to help. I don't have to be from your state to protest what's going on in your state. I can be driving through your state and you guys have some kind of protest going on or some kind of rally or event, and I can attend it just fine. That's the thing about me being a truck driver, owner-operator, and being nationwide. I can be in any state at any time. And realistically, with the way the speed limits are in half the country these days, I can go from one coast to the other in under 4 days. I usually do about anywhere from 600 to 840 miles a day. Now, do the math on that. My truck gets 5 miles to the gallon. And then do the math on the fuel price. Well, this weekend I'm going to be in Reno, Nevada. If you don't know what kind of people are you asking about what's going on in your state, you can look up all kinds of things on the internet and find out what is going on around you in your state. You hated filling your tank tonight. Oh. You know, the last time I went in and asked for a receipt, the lady at the cash register that was printing up my receipt from I had literally ran the truck almost to the point it was on fumes, and I filled it all the way up, which is like 300 gallons, okay? The lady looked at me and said, "Too bad this doesn't come with a condom," as she hands it to me. And I'm like, wow. Yep, that was what she said, just handing me my receipt. That was expensive. A rally the last Saturday of every month over in Ohio, huh? Well, you know, it's not going to be long before they start requiring an arm and a leg just to get some gas in your car. I'm also hearing rumors that they have a bill on the House floor right now that is designed in such a way that it would make it so that semi-trucks can only fill up so many gallons per day. And if they do that, the store shelves will get even more bare than they are now. Things will become more rare. And once they do that, there's going to be an awful lot of trucks in this country that will turn that key to the left, and that's going to be it. I'm at a point right now where I don't really have much money coming in at all. You know, so like this load is supposed to pay $4,000. I've already got almost $2,000 worth of fuel into it. And then I also have insurance payment that comes out of it. My weekly insurance payment comes out of that. My weekly tag plates come out of that. My permits come out of that. The cost of doing business comes out of that. So by the time I get this load delivered, because I know I'm going to have to get fuel one more time, I might be lucky to get a couple $100 in my pocket. Maybe, at the most. And that's because of how high the fuel price is right now. When you add that together with the fact that they raised the fuel prices up and all of the brokers turned around and dropped the rates of the freight down. So, you know, normally I'm pulling $5, $6, and $7 a mile loads, and now it's hard to find any load that pays more than $1.20 a mile. I can't run this truck for anything less than $2.20 a mile, you know? And a lot of times I end up sitting for several days waiting for a load that'll pay me enough to even run. Now my mods there, I do, not that I'm begging, I don't like to beg. You can advertise it, but I'm not asking for anybody to give me anything at all. I have Cash App, and that's the $ Black Wolf Chris, CHRIS. I'm not asking for anything, so I'm kind of stubborn that way. I figured I'd put it out there, though, in case anybody decided that they wanted to send something. I'm not too proud to accept a gift, but I'm not going to beg for money. I will make through like I've always made through. What was it, like 6 years ago, little over 6 years ago, we were super high on fuel again at the time, and the freight weights were super low. In the trucking industry, we refer to that as a bloodbath. Yes, that's right, Jen. You got it. You typed it in right. We referred to it as a bloodbath, and we're referring to it as a bloodbath now. There will be a lot of trucking companies that will go under. They will go bankrupt. Very soon, you're going to start seeing them start filing for bankruptcy. They'll be shutting their doors. A lot of their drivers will get stranded across the country, just like it happened 6 years ago. There's that is coming. That is coming. I'm surprised it hasn't started already. I made it through the last couple of bloodbaths because I've been doing this for over 24 years, and I'm going to tell you, Top Ramen makes a lot of different kinds of meals with Top Ramen. But no, I made it through all of them. I'll make it through this one. Even if I have to park this truck and take a regular job for a little bit, I can do that because I own the truck. It's not like somebody's going to come and take the truck away. I have no idea if there's a shortage on DEF, Angie, because my truck is too old to take DEF. I bought an old truck for a reason. I don't have any of that emission stuff on here. Which, for me, that's a good thing because that is far less stuff to break. Which means when I break down, my repairs are not going to be as expensive as almost everybody else out there. Oh, you'll keep it handy if I ever ask for it. Well, I'll tell you this, I'm never really going to ask for it. I'm never going to ask for it, actually. I've actually been in situations where I was living in a sleeping bag next to a campfire on an island in the middle of the Columbia River for a year and a half, and I wouldn't take money from anybody. I had 2 full-time jobs, and I couldn't afford an apartment at the time. That was when I was in my late teens, right before I went into the Army. I was too proud to go home. I was too proud to ask for help. That's just who I am. I don't ask when it comes to stuff like that. I just figure out a way for myself to get through it, get past it, and move on. Even if it requires me to make a drastic change, like at the time, what I did, I joined the Army, to get myself out of that kind of situation. I joined the Army. This situation here, I guess I can take a different job, or I can work. I can park this truck and go take a company job, driving truck for a company in their truck instead. So I don't have all the costs, but I don't want to be just an employee again. I don't see myself ever being able to do that again. So I'll figure something out if it comes to it. But right now I'm still treading water. I'm good. I'm good. I'm not destitute. My bills are paid. Barely, but they're paid. Ramen, oatmeal, and frozen veggies. And a beer. Well, take out the beer because I don't need the beer. As a matter of fact, I hardly ever drink. If you added up all the beer I might have in 1 year, you might be lucky to put together a 6-pack, maybe. Same thing goes with hard liquor. You might be able to fill 1/5 of a bottle. You might be able to fill a 5th size bottle halfway up, maybe, for the course of a full year. So no, I don't really drink at all. I do sometimes on a very rare occasion, and last night was definitely an occasion where it kind of deserved a beer, so I had one. Or Pepsi, or whatever you want to call it, right? Oh, yeah, recreational reptile. Yes, no, I'm never going to do that, sorry. Although years ago I did, in the last bloodbath, when the freight rates went down and the fuel prices went up under Obama, I really contemplated standing out in front of the truck stop with a cardboard sign that said current Swift driver, anything helps, God bless. I'm not a Swift driver, but still. I thought it was funny. I actually thought about doing it a couple times. Oh, learn to shake that booty. If it came down to it, I'm pretty sure you guys would be paying me to put my clothes back on. Yep, 31 people in here now, huh? Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Leave a comment. Say hello. I am sitting right here overlooking Park City, Utah. I just finished my day of driving a little bit ago, and we're just having a little chat to decompress the day and talk about the issues. Any issues. You guys bring up topics, we'll talk about them. Everyone feels sorry for Swift drivers. Oh, especially since all they have are automatic trucks now. Well, it was really bad though. There was a point in time where Swift was having just a little over 2,000 accidents a day throughout the whole country. Daily, right? Well, now Amazon has beat them in the amount of accidents per day. Over the last couple of years, I have seen more Amazon trailers in the ditch than I have seen Swift trucks. I'm reading the comments right now. That's what I'm doing. I read slow, so you guys have to forgive me, okay? I can read. I just read really slow. I have an astigmatism, and even with reading glasses, it's a bit taxing. Mountains went to sleep, but you can still see them. I see them a lot clearer than you probably do in the video, but they are there. They were pretty before the sun fully went down. They're still snow-capped. There are still a few ski lifts up there that are still in operation right now. I'm in your state, Cheryl? Yeah, Park City, Utah. For many years here, my cousin was one of the 5-star chefs here here in Park City, Utah. At one of the top restaurants here in town. I don't don't remember the name of it now because, you know, the restaurant closed down for COVID and all of that. But, you know, when that happened, my cousin ended up having to move back home with his mom and everything over in Michigan. So, but I used to come through here and spend a couple of days all the time with my cousin. You know, I'd park the truck and get out and we'd go up skiing or we'd go up hiking or fishing or whatever up here. It's beautiful up here. I love it. And I prefer to park up here in Park City instead of parking down in Salt Lake. Trust me. That's not good for anybody. Had a trailer hanging off the bridge and the rig was on fire. No, that is not good. That is not good, Stacy. Oh yeah, good weather is always a blessing. Yes, the mountains are there. You can see them. Run into a light pole in an empty parking lot. Oh. Yeah, well, as much as I bash on Swift transportation, everybody's got to start somewhere. And to tell you the truth, when I stopped doing farm work and everything, because I grew up on a family farm, and even after having gone into the military and gotten out, you know, I ended up back on the farm trying to help out and work things, and I ended up driving farm stuff for everybody else, you know, because we ended up renting our land out to the neighbor instead of actually farming it ourselves. And you know, at some point I needed to spread my wings, and so I went to a training company, which was required. I couldn't get hired on at any commercial business for truck driving anywhere unless I had experience from a training company. So yeah, I ended up at Swift, and I stayed there for several years. As a matter of fact, I even ended up teaching their people how to drive a semi-truck for a little over 15 years before calling it quits, you know. So I'm not ashamed to admit that I was once a Swift driver, but from what I have seen that they turn out and everything out here on the highway now compared to what it was when I was driving for them, it's a big difference. And I saw that change, by the way, while I was teaching their people how to drive, because I started seeing the quality of what they wanted taught became less and less and less. And the amount of time that we would have to spend teaching these kids was less and less and less. They basically just turned into a puppy mill. Obama turned them into a puppy mill because he passed new laws that make it so that for every student that goes into into the CDL training course, they get $45,000. They get $15,000 tax credit from the government for each student that graduates from a CDL training course. They get another $15,000 for each student that graduates from from being trained on a truck, you know, and they get put in their own truck. Then they get another $15,000 tax credit once that driver has reached a 6-month period driving in their own truck without a trainer. So basically for each person they would get $45,000. Obama passed that, and that's when everything started changing. They turned into a puppy mill. Yep, It's just beautiful. This whole area is just beautiful. It's a pity I have to leave it in the morning and drive down the hill into Salt Lake City. Everybody still there? Looks like the comments kind of stopped. Oh, okay, yeah, it's still going. Yeah, it is a little crazy there, Jen. So we discussed yesterday while I was on X-Ray's live stream what to call my viewers, right? And everybody was I think everybody came to the decision that it should be the Wolverines. But I had another idea. What about the Den Mothers? Anybody like the Den Mothers? Although there is a Wolverine here. Let's see if I can do this. Where is he? There he is. Here's a couple of Wolverines. Send those out. Boom. I don't know. I don't know if they showed up. That's weird. I don't see them. There they are. Man, there's a little delay in the chat versus the video, isn't there? Yeah, I need an emoji. That little animal right there, it looks maybe like it's a badger, but badgers and wolverines do look a little alike. So, you know, there you go. I couldn't find anything else in the emojis that looked close enough to a wolverine. Unless there's an actual Wolverine emoji, like Wolverine from Marvel Comics Wolverine. Oh, did y'all hear that loud bang? That is my truck finally being so much out of air that my airbags settled down, so my frame finally popped into place. So it's settled for the night. We don't need no stinking badgers. Oh, I love your sense of humor. I know, they don't really have a black wolf in here, do they? I see a gray wolf, and, you know, I don't want to use that emoji. Let's see if I got one of these here. No, that's not that. Okay, let's see. Let's see here. Can I write something? No. Nope. Let's do this. Let me see what the emojis look like right now. No, do that. Okay, what have I got? Can I go this way? Nope, I can't use any of my custom ones from my iPhone, so that's not gonna work. How about, let's go scroll to the animals and see what we got. Where are they? Okay, we got those. All right. What do we got? I don't see any animal that really fits other than that little badger thing that it could either be a badger or a wolverine. I'm not sure which one it is because the emoji is too small. What about this one? Let's see what that one looks like when it comes up. What do you think? Yeah, you guys can decide. I mean, you all are basically the ones that run this. You're the guys that run this site, right? I'm just the one that provides the entertainment commentary. G-Addict Visionary Wolf. Oh, we got a G-Force and a Visionary up in here. I know. A lot of you are. Both. I mean, even I will. You already know I watch. You already know I watch and chat in X-Ray's live streams. And I watch and chat in Trucker G's live streams. Yeah, the Patriot Mechanic. Mud Pig. I watch a lot of other people's live streams too, and sometimes I chat, but not as often as the ones I just mentioned. What did you... Krista, which one is that one? Which emoji is that? Paw prints. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Paw prints. Let's see if I can find them in my thing here. There they are. Oops. What happened? It got small. There they are. How's that? Yeah, I like the paw prints. I like the paw prints. That's like telling people, hey, we've already been here. You're too late. I think paw prints. Yep. Yep. I think Krista came up with a winner. So what does anybody have of news today? I have just been driving mostly in silence other than trying to watch a couple of live streams here today. As you all know, when you're driving through Wyoming, it's vast nothingness for a lot of it, so I was just in complete silence the entire way, for the most part. So I don't know what's gone on today at all. Anything? I was following Trucker G before there was a convoy. Just so you know there, Michelle, I think. Michelle? Yeah, Michelle. Market territory. Wolves are very good protectors. It's the wolves that show up in sheep's clothing that you have to worry about. Oreo's car got vandalized. Yeah, I saw something about that in Trucker G's thing earlier, and I wasn't, I didn't know what was really going on because it kept skipping on me because, being in the middle of nowhere, I'd get like 3 seconds of video and then it would sit there and buffer for 15 miles and then I'd get another 3 seconds, so it was a little annoying. I think somebody had said something about it being Antifa that got his car outside of the hotel. I think that's what I saw. But I'm not sure how that all played out. Trump spoke with the NRA today. Trying to figure out how to get X-ray unstuck. Yeah. Wow. They messed his car up, huh? Jeez. Broke his windshield too. Flattened 3 of his tires. Well, that's not good. Cut his antenna wire. Wow. Raining. $3,000 to fix it, huh? Is that what they quoted for insurance or is that what they quoted for cash? I don't think a lot of people realize if you come in and say, hey, I'm paying for this out of pocket with cash, you'll get a much cheaper price than what you will get if you have insurance. It's just like this. The windshield in this truck, if I have to replace it, I can go to any windshield place and get a new windshield put in this truck for $150 out of my pocket. But if I claim it on my insurance, I've got to pay the $500 deductible for the windshield. So the insurance makes me pay $500 to get a windshield, and I only have to pay $150 if I go in and pay out of my pocket without telling them about my insurance. Yeah, I think I'll pay out of pocket. Oh, they gave him a rental car. That's good. Oh, both of the windows. Okay. Your windshield is cheaper than mine. Oh, yeah. Yep. But it's a bigger piece of glass that doesn't take as much. It takes less to cut a large piece of glass than it does to cut a small one. The smaller the piece of glass, the harder it is to cut it without cracking it. And I don't really know how they do these big windshields like this, because we've got, especially in all these newer vehicles, like they've got a slight curve to them and everything. So I imagine they don't cut them. I imagine they press them when they're making them. Yeah, root beer in your gas tank isn't good. Just the sugar content alone is enough to mess up your valves. Yep. $100 for a Grand Cherokee windshield. That's actually pretty good. That's a decent price. Well, that's because they're being paid to do it, Jen. Antifa gets paid to do what they do. BLM gets paid to do what they do. It's all part of the left-wing agenda, which, if everybody really looked at it the right way, it's not a left-wing agenda. It's a political agenda, because both sides are playing the same coin. Well, most of Antifa just needs to get out from their mom's basements and put their keyboards down and see reality. That's my opinion. You know? I mean, they need to get out and experience life as it is, instead of trying to tell everybody in the world that they are wrong. You haven't even lived long enough to see how the world really works yet, right? Because most of these Antifa guys are like in their teens and 20s, right? At least from what I've seen. Yep, George Soros. If you pour root beer into the gas tank, the nozzle little flap, okay, that flap's not going to stop the root beer from going in, because there are two breather holes that also go straight into the tank right there. It will drain into the tank no matter what you do. So that it's not going to stop it. It will go in. You don't have to have the little nozzle. Oops, bring that back. Why is nobody talking about the two people who the shooter in Texas communicated with, that did absolutely nothing to even try and stop it? What shooter in Texas? I haven't heard anything about it. Enlighten me. Yep. An awful school shooting. Does anybody ever notice we have awful school shootings when we have election time coming up? It doesn't matter whether it's the midterms or the presidential election. It's always right coming up to an election. It never fails. The school year before so basically around the end of winter before that election, you'll start seeing school shootings. Anybody ever wonder why that is? It's always on election years. Get him out of here. Wow, that guy is dumb. "19 children and 2 teachers. 19 children and 2 teachers. Yeah, no, that is what happens. They're trying to do anything they can to make it look like that they need to take our guns, but in reality, even the CDC has a lot of the right numbers on that when it comes to how many deaths per year per type of death. How many people were killed by a gun? Well, actually, how many people were killed by a rifle? How many people were killed by a pistol? How many people were killed by a knife? How many people were killed by a rock? How many people were killed by a motorcycle? And all that. Well, rifles and pistols are near the bottom of the list. They have some of the fewest deaths out of any other. Even killed by a rock is higher than by gun every year. So the only way that they're really pulling any of it off and trying to force the issue is by mass media, pushing it in everybody's faces continuously. But they only seem to remember to do that during election years. Wow. What guns, silly? What guns? Oh, we shouldn't say that. We should say pew pew, right? Pew pew. Ay, ay, ay. With 6-3 conservative Supreme Court are safe for many years. Well, I got news for you. It doesn't matter if they're a conservative or a liberal. If there's an agenda that is being pushed, and I mean, it's already been proven, you've already seen it happen, the Supreme Court will make a decision that is completely anti-constitutional on occasion when it fits an agenda. You have to wonder how much they got paid. $45 minutes for a SWAT team? Really? Yeah, the Las Vegas one, that was definitely all BS. Let's not forget it's been 2 years since George Floyd. Talk about another false flag. Somebody's blowing a stupid tootie horn out here. Yep, very true. 11 million new handgun owners, and more than half of them were women of ages 45 and up. Yep. Now, George Floyd is no saint. George Floyd is no saint. And you have to wonder, the right after the supposed killing of him, in the press conference, there's a guy standing with the group of people at the press conference that's wearing a mask and the whole nine, and wearing, everybody else is like wearing short sleeve shirts and everything, and he's wearing big fat heavy hoodie, and he's got the hood on, so you can't really tell who he is. But if you look at his eyebrows and all of the bone structure around that, he looks like he's George Floyd in disguise. How is that possible when he was already dead, right? Yeah, any regular police officer that ran into that guy before, any regular police officer that ran into the kid or whoever it was that was pulling the trigger at that school could have put him down easily. They're trained to do that. There's no reason that they had to wait for SWAT. Let some cool air in. Maybe you can hear the crickets. Trump made mention of it. Yeah. From what it sounds like, the police took way too long to respond. And then, the officers that ran into the guy before having called SWAT in the first place could easily have taken him down. And then waiting 45 minutes for SWAT, there was so much wrong right there. That is fishy beyond fishy. That's That's like stumbling onto a flux capacitor, you know? Let's go back to the future now. Yeah, that's the other thing, Jen. I'm a firm believer that, the teachers should be allowed, if not encouraged or actually have it as a requirement, to not only be trained, but have their concealed carries and have them on them. Especially in the schools that are in more violent areas or more heavily populated areas. It seems to me that the more heavily populated an area is, the more problems we have in the schools, because now you run into overcrowding in the classroom and all of that. Not to mention the economic demographic. You've got at least 75% of a school will be living in poverty, and the rest will be in the middle. So you take a bunch of those kids, put them all together, and there's going to be a bunch of bullies, and there's going to be a bunch that aren't, and the ones that aren't, there's going to be problems all the way around, no matter which way you look at it. That's why I believe all teachers, I think it should actually be mandatory for them to carry and have a concealed carry and be trained. Okay, Violet, the fact is that there were officers on scene that actually came face to face with the guy. They could have took him down then without having to wait for SWAT. Well, see, the thing is, our media has publicized it so much and glorified it so much that now you have all these kids, especially when they see it see it in YouTube clips, and they see it in the news, and they see it everywhere they look. They see school shooting this, school shooting that, and usually the school shooter ends up surviving and having to go to court. And well, these kids are being taught that, well, maybe that's okay because I'm not going to get hurt. I'll get revenge on these people, and then I still get to move on. I still get to live. Granted, they're probably going to live in a prison cell the rest of their life, but they still get to live, right? Take it out of the media. Stop reporting on it. The problem is, okay, so have it in the media as a quick report one day locally in the area, so the people in the area know. Don't make it national, don't make it worldwide. Turn around, and once that day is over and the news has been said about it, move on to other news. When the court date comes up and the trial is done and you get a guilty or an innocent verdict, then report on that. Next day after that, move on again to other news. That would be so much more beneficial than making everything go national instantly, worldwide instantly, and beating that drum for weeks on end. You know, we're going to see this in the news for weeks. And that's what makes it so attractive to some of the kids that feel like they need to get revenge on somebody or on a lot of different people in any way that they can. They see it as a viable option because they've been shown that it is by the media. I love constitutional carry states. I really do. Kyle Rittenhouse's trial was not fake. They actually followed the letter of the law and the Constitution, and he got a proper acquittal. Yeah, that I don't understand. Why would an 18-year-old be in there shooting up grade school kids? I don't get it. Wouldn't he, if he was so distressed about things, wouldn't he be going after the people that made that stress in his life, which would be people his own age, or even the adults that were around him at the time, which if he was still in his last year of high school, that would be his high school teachers? Not grade school? None of it makes sense. Oh, Rosie. Hello, Rosie Rowe. Good night, Rosie Rowe. Who killed his grandma? Are you talking about the shooter today or what? Well, Jeff, I'm sorry to tell you, but no, not all states are constitutional. Any state that has passed any law that is contrary to the Second Amendment in any way, shape, or form is not a constitutional state. States that consider themselves constitutional or by stating that they're a constitutional carry state, that means that they can own and carry in any way, shape, or form that they want any kind of arms they want. That doesn't restrict whether it's a rifle or a pistol. It doesn't mean whether it's concealed or not concealed. It doesn't mean whether they can have a tank or not. It means all arms. They can have any arms they want. There are so many states out there that you can't have guns here. You can't have guns there. You can't have this kind of gun. You can't have that kind of gun. You can't have a gun that holds this many rounds. Or you can't have these things. Or, you know, the only way that you can have guns is if you have this special permit that we very rarely give out to anybody. Or you can only carry concealed and you have to get a special permit for that. No, all of that is wrong because none of that is constitutional. So a constitutional carry state means it's just the Second Amendment as it's written, period. No other gun laws apply. Yeah, I heard that Rittenhouse got 23 million out of the lawsuit there with The View. Yeah, I'm sorry, but the Supreme Court actually put a stay on that while it's being, a judge put a stay on that while the Supreme Court is getting ready to make a decision on it. The 10-round capacity, I'm sorry, no. You cannot turn around and tell anybody that they have to have less than the standard. The standard, at least for rifles, is 30 round. But that being said, saying that they can't have anything of any kind that belongs to any kind of weapon is actually against the Constitution. It's against the Second Amendment. Period. Yes, Jeff, that's exactly what I'm saying. Okay. Good night, Rosie Rowe. Now, when it comes to how you carry your weapon, it's best to always carry it the same way in the same place every time you carry, because you don't want to end up in a situation where you need it and today it's not tucked into the belt loop over here, but it's tucked under the belt over on the other side or whatever. You've got to have a bit of that muscle memory, right? So it's always in the same spot, so your brain and your hand and everything, before you're really thinking about it, is already moving towards where it is. Okay, you don't want to reach for it and suddenly it's not there because it's somewhere else. Always carry it the same every day, every time you carry. Period. That is the best thing you can do. Don't switch up. Oh, good. Tell him I'm sorry he got stuck today, and I wish I'd have known. Maybe I would have been able to save him before I got into Wyoming. I didn't find out until I was halfway across Wyoming. Because this truck could have pulled him out in a heartbeat. And you tell X-Ray I expect to see him in my chat. Yeah, have everybody start open carrying. The problem is there are there's states out there that have that are open carry, but you don't ever see anybody open carrying anywhere at all, right? Not even in the rural areas. And the biggest problem with that is, okay, it's an open carry state, but then the second somebody does open carry, now you got the cops all over them because everybody called, oh my God, there's a guy with a gun. Because nobody thinks that that's legal, right? Everybody thinks, oh, somebody's got a gun and they're going to do something really bad. That's not the case. 99.9% of the time, that's not the case. You take a look at Arizona. there are places where you'll see people carrying open, but there are an awful lot of places in Arizona where you will not see one at all. Same thing in Oregon. In Oregon, well, not even the same in Oregon, but Oregon is an open carry state, and every time I drive through Oregon, I never see anybody open carrying at all. Never. And there's a few more that are like that. I can't remember which ones. Oh. Now X-Ray loves the fact that you guys are over here. He loves the fact that you're here, and then over on his site too. He told you all to come over here in the first place, so he wouldn't have a problem seeing you over here. Yes, Samantha, Oregon is open carry. That was actually last night, Sean. Everybody says they loved it, huh? Good. I'm glad. I wasn't sure if I did good or not. I just spoke from the heart like I always do on everything. I bring everything straight like it should be. I tell the truth, and I try. If it comes to facts and I have the facts, I'll tell you them straight up. If I don't have the facts, I will probably try to find a different conversation, because I'm not about putting anything false out there. If I make a mistake anywhere, I expect you guys to call me on it. Because what good am I if my sounding board isn't coming back at me and saying, hey, no, this isn't right. Well, if you guys don't do that for me, then I sit here thinking I was right the whole time, and I never change my change my attitude or story or view on it, right? And this is what people should be doing today, instead of ignoring the other side about their political view, or yelling at the other side, or fighting with the other side. They should be sitting down and talking about it, and learning, bouncing the ideas off each other and learning from each other, instead of fighting over it. In other words, people need to learn to coexist. Yeah, Jen, I know you dropped the link a lot, and I tried to drop it a lot too, but I had such a bad signal in there that it was hit or miss. And then my phone finally died near the end there, near the last half of it, so I wasn't able to keep doing it. Oh, you can see who it was that complained. So if you go back in the video, when that guy challenged me, said he would give $100 if I could point out one thing that we accomplished in the convoy. And I pointed out several, and then X-Ray calls that guy out, and he calls him a B word. When he said the B word, the lady whose head is right behind me, you can see her head turn and glare. She turned her head so hard, it was like she was staring straight at him. She's the one that complained. You can see it in the video. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome, Jeff. I don't know if she was wearing a mask or not. I didn't pay attention to her at all, and I personally didn't care. See, that's another thing. When you are out in public, if you're sitting in a booth and you hear other people in the place that are talking about something that displeases you in any way, it doesn't matter whether it's the language they're using or the topic they're talking about, mind your business. Period. Especially when you are in a bar. We were in the bar section. Hello, that's for adults. Oh, yeah, no, X-Ray was flirting with the waitress. I was flirting with the waitress. All the visionaries were flirting with the waitress. It was great. We had a great time. The one thing I did like, I almost had my Pepsi come flying out my nose when he called her a swamp donkey. The lady that complained. Yeah. Oh, for all the flirting that X-Ray does, and it baffles me how he's still single. Oh, I was raised right in a lot of ways. But when you are in certain circumstances, like being in a bar and talking about certain things, especially when you are two ex-military people and one of you is a trucker at the same time, and all the other things added in, not to mention, come on, we're in a bar. Language doesn't matter. As long as you're not straight out insulting the woman directly to her face about something, which she wasn't even part of the conversation, so it was none of her business in the first place. I mean, do I make a point? Yeah, that's right. She called him. He called her a swamp donkey, and he didn't even know who it was. He was just mentioning out there that some swamp donkey. He figured out who it was when they finally got up to leave, though, because she glared at us as she walked by. Yep. I've heard much worse in a grade school bathroom. I mean, who in their right mind goes into a bar and expects not to hear something that would offend them in any way? I mean, it's a bar. You got all walks of life in there. Somebody's going to say something that's offensive to you. Get over it. Your feelings don't mean anything to anybody else, and it's not your business to school them or to try to force them out in some way or complain about them. If you don't want to hear it, don't go into a bar. You know, in my house, cuss words do fly around on occasion. Never in meanness. It's always just, embellishment on whatever we're talking about. But that being said, when it's Christmas time, you definitely know that Christmas tree is being put up, because that's when the most cuss words fly around. When you're putting up the Christmas tree and the Christmas lights. Those are the most cuss words you'll hear all year long. Yep. Anybody ever watch A Christmas Story? How many cuss words came out of the basement? The Bumpus Dogs, yes. You're gonna shoot your eye out. Oh, I have an ugly Christmas sweater. It is red and white, and it lights up, and it is the leg lamp. So the leg has a couple of sparkles in it, and the lamp part lights up. It's a pretty awesome ugly Christmas sweater. Mute button at work. Oh. I grew up in Franklin County, right? Actually, our family farm was on the dividing line between Adams and Franklin. We lived literally on the county line, and Connell one way, Othello the other. Yeah, the leg lamp. Yes, a 40-footer. Nice. Oh. Yep. I think the leg lamp is one of the most iconic movie items for Christmas ever. That is true, Michelle. It is a museum now. You know, when I was a kid growing up, I hated having to watch that movie. Because, the parents would make us watch it. But now that I'm older, I love that movie. Oh, up in the coulee, eh? Yeah, nice. You ever fish on the potholes out there? I spent a lot of time playing in that little area. See, growing up, I didn't have to go hunting anywhere. I mean, I hunted, but I never had to leave our property to hunt. What is a leg lamp? Lucille, there is a movie called A Christmas Story. You need to watch that movie. Oh yes, Die Hard. We watch the whole Die Hard series all the time for Christmas. Yep. Nakatomi Towers. Matter of fact, I delivered to the buildings that were called the Nakatomi Towers on a few occasions. I was like, man, I'm waiting for Bruce Willis to fall out of a skylight here. Oh, I went fishing up there. I went mudding up there. We went boating and canoeing up there. I used to love catching the turtles and playing with them for a little bit and letting them go, you know. And when I say play, I mean just, you know, catch them and put them somewhere where you can watch them walk and see how they bring their head in and out and see what things they'll eat or not, and then you just let them be, you know. But yeah, no, I did a lot of stuff up there, especially on motorcycles. Oh, had so much fun up there. That and up at Palouse Falls or out at Scootney Reservoir. Yeah, I've actually delivered that stage at the Full Throttle a week in advance of the Sturgis event several times. I was not called to do it the last 2 years in a row, but that is simply because I was completely on the other side of the country at the time and already had prior commitments. But I have delivered that stage many times. If you've ever been there, you know the Full Throttle usually has a stage set up outside during Bike Week, during Sturgis. So, and that's the stage I'm referring to. They usually keep it in a warehouse. What the hell is that town? It's out the other side of Spearfish. Anyway, they keep it in that little warehouse out there, and they need a big truck to load it all up onto and move it over to the bar and get it off and set up. And then when they're done, you know, a big truck picks it back up and takes it back to the warehouse. I've done that many, many times. So you've seen the stage that they set up outside the full throttle on most years, right? That's the one I'm talking about. I wasn't talking about a stage on the inside. The stage on the inside's built in place. At least, yeah. Oh, I wish I could show you all the pictures that I have. I got my old phone sitting here has a lot of all those pictures. I need to get it into a shop and get it fixed so I can at least get power into it. The battery in it completely died. It won't even charge up. So that's how I ended up with the phone I've got now. You know the truck stop over by Sturgis it's on the interstate. It's east of Sturgis. It's a Flying J. That is usually where I end up parking my truck. I know you've seen my truck and everybody asks what that big black box on there is. That carries a motorcycle. I built that. It has a 35-degree ramp inside that has a rolling sled on it with a 12,000-pound winch. And I have extending legs for the wheel rollers to go onto that go from the box down to the ground, so I can winch it all the way to the ground, strap the bike to the sled, and winch it up into place, close the doors, and lock it and drive off. So when I go places, I can put the bike on the ground and just go do what I want to do. You know, and when I go to Sturgis, my truck will be sitting there at the truck stop, but I'll be in town with the bike. I don't have to pay for parking. I don't have to pay for a hotel. I don't have to pay for a camping spot. Nothing. Gotta love it. There's nothing wrong with snakes. They're more afraid of you than you are of them. And they usually give you some kind of warning as they're trying to get away from you before they would ever strike you. And that's a fact. I know that because I used to own a lot of large breed constrictors before I became a truck driver. Commercial one anyway. Because somebody in the house developed allergies that were bad enough they ended up in the hospital. And it was related to the dust that gets created by the reptile mite that gets underneath the scales of the snakes. So, and the reptile mites are really hard to get rid of, and I mean really, really hard to get rid of once you get them. So, it was a toss-up: the snakes or the other person in the house. So, yeah, we kept the other person in the house. We got rid of the snakes. Sold them all off. I can't even watch snakes on TV. Oh, so what do you do when somebody comes over and they want to watch that movie Snakes on a Plane? What are you confused about, Susan? And hello, by the way. Cricket. Oh. Okay, Michelle. We don't mention that person here, Susan. We don't mention him at all here. We don't talk about him at all here. I'm sorry, but there are things in this world where you can see who the better man is. You ever read the Bible where it says turn the other cheek? I'm done turning the other cheek, and now I'm just not going to talk about him. I'm not going to talk about the situation. I'm handling it the way that I need to. Sorry, but I'm not going to go into that. And if you go, see, Susan, the other thing is, he privatizes all of his videos thinking that that's going to keep it from being something against him in the future. The thing is, YouTube stores all those. And if you go and look at his stuff and you see all of his stuff has been privatized after it's been aired, you can go back into mine. None of my stuff has been privatized. And the other thing I can tell you is I have not been live streaming that long. I don't have many out yet. I haven't put many videos out yet, but everything that I've ever done on here out in public, it's all still there for you to view. I got nothing to hide. Yeah, no, he privatizes them. From what I understand, he makes them private, which means only he can see them, or he can share a special link to certain people so that they can see them. But as far as the general public being able to see them, they can't. Not even his subscribers can see the private ones. There's 3 ways you can label a video on YouTube. You can label it private, you can label it public, or there's the one in between where it's out there for anybody to find if they want to, but it's not, it doesn't really come up in searches or anything unless somebody actually literally searches the exact right words. I don't remember what that's called because I'm still using Prism right now to get on because I don't have enough subscribers yet to be able to go straight to YouTube and do it. They've got this thing now where you have to have 1,000 subscribers to live stream unless you use a third-party app to do it, which is what I'm doing. If you say something and then hide it, maybe you're hiding something you know was wrong. Maybe you know you did or said something wrong, so you're hiding the video. Maybe it's being hidden because I don't know. But what I can tell you is if you're going to be out there speaking to the public and trying to garner any kind of support or backing of any kind in any way, or you're trying to build your channel up, the big thing is, if you're going to put information out there one time and then hide the information afterwards, to me that sounds and feels dirty. It sounds and feels like something is wrong. Oh, well, Susan, I'm not allowed on Facebook. Facebook deleted my account the day after the election. Their excuse that they sent me in an email was because of a picture I took of a Trump 2020 No More BS flag. I posted that picture the July prior to the election. And for some reason, that is what got my account deleted the day after the election. So I don't have a Facebook. I have a Truth Social. I do have a Clout Hub, which I never use. Yeah. Well, Susan, I know that everybody is pretty hurt by what's happened with the convoy. Yeah, for a Trump flag. Now with the convoy, though, I told everybody this yesterday in a live chat on X-Ray's channel, because I was in an interview social thing with him yesterday. We had dinner together. My firm belief, and I've said it since the day they did it, the day that they decided and announced that they were going to turn and go to California, was the day that the convoy was going under. That was literally the visible, real start of it. It actually started days before that, when Brian was pushed out by some of the other leadership. You know, basically the people that were carrying the purse, they pushed him out. That was the start. But the actual visible start to the public, that was when they called out that they were going to California, because that was literally violating everything that they said they were going to do in the first place, which got them the support and the money to get there. And right after they did that, right after they decided they were going to California, all of the donations that were coming in on the website, and all the other support stopped. Nobody was donating anymore. And that's exactly why, because they abandoned their original mission to go to California. I was not there at the time. I was out taking care of business because I had just been put in a massive hole by other people. Still digging myself out of that hole. But I do join back. I did join back up with them several times along the way when I could. You know, when I had the time in between loads, or I happened to have a load going through at the same area at the same time, I would get back with them. As a matter of fact, I was back in Hagerstown with them the day that they arrived back. And I saw some stuff there when we first pulled in, and I made my decision right then and there that I needed to leave, because it did not feel right. Nothing felt right. Something was wrong, seriously wrong. So I left. Booked a load out, and the very next day they fell apart. I gotta scroll back and read some of these comments. I got distracted by my own speaking there. Cards Against Humanity is awesome. I have every set that they've printed so far. I didn't know you could play that on Discord. How does that work? Are the cards already, is it like in a video game style, or is one person sitting at a house or is each person sitting at a house with their own cards, and they're playing by themselves, but putting out a picture of what card was drawn to be the question, and then everybody else? How does it work? Explain. Well, Susan, you can save yourself a lot of headache. Don't bother getting the jab. It's untested. We are literally the guinea pigs for that thing. There have been so many complications, so many side effects, and so many deaths from it. It's not worth it. And there are still people dying months and even a year after having had it. So, no, I would suggest not to get it. I would suggest you just wait it out and see what happens within the next 5 to 10 years. Susan, I was in Hagerstown the first time and the second. A Cards Against Humanity bot. That's sweet. That is sweet. Nice. You might have to get me into that. I'll have to look at that. A Cards Against Humanity bot. That's pretty cool. Oops. How do I get out of that? Cancel. There we go. Yeah, it does. It gets a little spicy. There, some of those cards are pretty off the charts. What did I? Okay. Well, Susan, when I pulled into Hagerstown, I was, the second time anyway, I was a couple hours behind the main convoy because I picked up a couple of stragglers that got had to take care of some things and get some things fixed in Ohio before they could move on. So I picked them up and brought them with me back to the convoy. We pulled in just minutes before they started the meeting that night. And while I was live streaming the meeting, I saw a lot of Proud Boys around. And they were very obvious. They were wearing Proud Boy t-shirts and patches and all kinds of things that stated they were Proud Boys. So I asked a couple of different people that were part of the leadership about it. I said, hey, I'm noticing a lot of Proud Boys here. And I was told that they were the new security for the convoy. That's when I decided that I needed to go. Because I knew anytime the Proud Boys get involved in something, violence follows. And I'm all about doing everything peacefully. I'm not about going out to just start a violent action. I don't want that. And that's what I saw coming. And I didn't want to be part of that. The paw prints emoji. It's near the tail end of the animals section of the emojis. Susan, just being on the internet in any way, shape, or form, including being in a YouTube chat or just cruising the internet looking at web pages, all of it is unsafe. You take a risk being on the internet at all. And if you really want to know, you're at risk every time you walk out of your house, because now people have the technology to stand within 20 feet of you and electronically copy all your credit cards out of your wallet. They can even completely copy and mirror your phone from at least 20 feet away. So are you going to stay living in your own house and never walk out of it? Never step outside? Everything in life comes with a risk. Oh, we got a new subscriber, Jim Hollingsworth. Hello, Jim. A good hacker can pull your IP address from anywhere. It doesn't matter where you are or what you're using, or what part of the internet you're in. Okay, it doesn't matter whether you're doing a web search or if you're just using YouTube or you're in a Discord chat. It doesn't matter what you're doing. You could even be just using Telegram. A good hacker can pull your IP address no matter what you're doing. Ah, well, you found him, Samantha. Good. A Proud Boy is basically the opposite of Antifa. In other words, if you were to choose two bodies to fight each other, one would be Antifa, the other would be the Proud Boys. That's what the Proud Boys are. They basically butt heads against Antifa and BLM constantly, and they do it violently, but they do it claiming that they are protecting the others around that Antifa or the BLM were about to beat up or hurt. So no, I mean, it's violence, and I'm not about violence. At this point in the fight for what's right for humanity, we don't need the violence right now. Violence is not called for yet. And even when it is, I'm not going to be the one calling for it. Yeah, don't use Google at all, because Google already hacks you themselves. Everything, if you have anything Google on your phone at all, so like if you just have like a Google web browser, guess what? Everything you've ever done on your phone, Google has it on file. They store and save everything. They've admitted it several times. They've been taken to court on it, and they have lost, but they don't stop doing it. Yes, the Proud Boys are basically a militia group. And Anita, in Portland, the police don't respond to anything anymore. I know somebody that lives in southeast Portland. Since this last election, they have at least 20 different gunshots throughout 20 different shootings a day in their neighborhood, and the cops never show up. I've been on the phone with them and heard gunshots. And they're like, yep, there's another one. Yes, the Proud Boys are a militia purposely looking for combat. Yes, that is their full intention. Everywhere they go, there is violence. And when I saw Proud Boys everywhere that day and I asked about it and I was told they were the new security, that's when I said, okay. I walked back to my truck, booked a load, and left. Yep. I don't know who decided to bring them in as security. I don't know who made that judgment call. Michelle, from what I understand, you are 100% right, because I heard it from his mouth on one of his videos the other day. He admitted it in front of all of the live streamers. Yes, but I'm not going to say that out loud. Hang on, guys. I got to check a text that just came in. All right, copy that message. Copy that text message. Yep. Yeah. That is true, Susan. The convoy isn't the convoy anymore, Susan. The People's Convoy is over. There are now at least 6 different groups that have split from it. There is no more People's Convoy. There's the American Freedom Convoy. There's the 1776 Restoration Movement. There's the USLA, which, yeah. I'm not even going to go there because I'm not even going to bother with that one. And there's a few others that I can't remember the names of right now. Yeah, they split into like 6 different groups. The American Freedom Convoy was already there anyway. As a matter of fact, when the People's Convoy first arrived at Hagerstown, the American Freedom Convoy had already been there for about 5 days. They were already there waiting for us when we showed up. And because of some of the corruption and the measuring contest of egos and whatnot, the American Freedom Convoy was never really allowed to fully assimilate in with the People's Convoy. And I agree with why the people that run the American Freedom Convoy did what they did and how they ran things versus what was going on. Now, when the People's Convoy decided to go to California, the American Freedom Convoy stood up and said, no, we came here with a mission. We promised the people this mission. We're going to see it through like we promised. So the American Freedom Convoy stayed in Hagerstown and continued to go around in the smaller town areas and around in DC and hand out the pamphlets and get the information out the entire time that the People's Convoy had gone to California and around and back. So, you know, the American Freedom Convoy has held true to everything the entire time. Another thing about that, wait, Mary is... Well, you're getting your eyes opened, are you, Susan? Nice. Well, that's at least you're starting to figure it all out. And like I said, I knew the day they decided they were going to California, that was the day the convoy was going to start dying. Because they went against everything they said they were going to do. They told the people, they built it up for weeks and weeks beforehand. We're going to convoy to DC. We're going to go to DC. We're going to circle around DC, and we're going to stay there until this is done, until these things are met. And they didn't meet those things completely. They got they got several meetings with politicians, but nothing actually really transpired from that, except, you know, the day that we actually started moving the convoy, day one, that's when they started rolling back all the mandates immediately across all the states. You know, that's when they started canceling mandates. Well, they thought that they could do that to stop the convoy. It didn't stop the convoy, because the law that the Emergency Powers Act that is still in place right now, that made it possible for them to even make the mandates in the first place, is still in place. That is the piece of legislation that we want removed. We don't just want it removed, we need it removed, because it is the same type of legislation that the Germans used to be able to round up all the Jews and gas them. Literally, that's the same piece of legislation. They came out with mandates that the Jews had to have stars on their on their clothing when they were out in public, and they could only be out in public during certain hours, and then so on and so on and so on, until they were loading them up in cattle cars, taking them off and gassing them all to death. You know, I'm sorry, but that is the same legislation. Anything that grants the politicians the power to make a mandate instead of following the Constitution should never be allowed. Because as long as that is in place right now, like it is right now, there's nothing stopping any politician from waking up and saying, hey, there's something wrong with every blonde person in this world. Something genetically wrong. So we need to mandate that all blonde people, or all people that have genetic traits genetic markers for being blonde, need to be sterilized so that we don't have them anymore. So we're going to come up with some kind of something to mandate that this happens, right? What's to stop them from doing that? Nothing. There's nothing to stop them from doing that. And the other scary thing right now, you've got Biden going in and talking about signing over U.S. sovereignty to the WHO in times of pandemic, worldwide pandemic, right? So if the WHO declares a worldwide pandemic, now so basically the WHO can declare a worldwide pandemic and suddenly be in full control of the United States. Not the president, not any of the politicians, not even the people. The WHO. And when the WHO is in control of something, guess who their long arm is? Well, gee, the UN, the Blue Helmets. So now the WHO can come to everybody's house and don't care because of the Emergency Powers Act and the fact that they declared a pandemic. They can come into everybody's house and do whatever they want. They can come in and tell you can no longer leave your house during the hours of 5 p.m. to noon in the morning. You can no longer go to this grocery store because it's too far away from your little area. You can no longer have a telephone, or they can come in and do anything they want at that point. And I'm sorry, but that's not going to fly. These things we need stopped. This is why we're fighting. This is why so many people joined up with the convoy. I mean, the WHO thing wasn't a thing yet, but when we were full power before leaving for California the first time, we were a body that could combat that. But now, especially being split up as much as it is, they're going to get away with whatever they want. And they have been getting away with whatever they wanted for the last 50 some odd years or more. As a matter of fact, in my opinion, they've been getting away with whatever they wanted as politicians ever since 1871. The biggest problem is term limits. They don't have any because they passed their own little bill. They wrote their own little bill and they passed it in the House and they passed it in the Senate without the people of America knowing, and got rid of term limits. That's why you now have a politician that can sit in the same seat for 50 years or more. We need them to we need to bring back term limits. And no more than 2 terms, period. That's first and foremost. The other thing is that the politicians do not listen to their people at all. You can call your senator or your congressman all you want. You can message them. You can send them emails. You can send them regular mail. They never read them. And even if they do, they ignore them. Because they do what they want and not what the people want. Yep. Every politician that is in the House and Senate right now, every single one of them needs voted out. Every single one of them. Because if you paid attention to what happened on January 6th, they knew, every politician in there knew, it was pre-planned. Because the second that Ted Cruz went to drop all of the evidence down on the table to submit the evidence to the House, when he was submitting it out on the floor, okay, that very same moment, every door on the Capitol building was opened and all of the security guards were waving people to come in. That was a setup. It was pre-planned, and every single congressman and senator there that day was party to it. Every one of them knew ahead of time that that was what was going to happen. Not one single politician in the U.S. government right now, not one, deserves to stay in. Not one. Oh, no. We don't put a cap on the voting age. We don't put a cap on the voting age. We need to put a cap on the age of the candidate. We also need to remove the Patriot Act. We need to remove the Emergency Powers Act, because they can use the Emergency Powers Act and the Patriot Act to completely go around the Constitution. The Constitution does not exist as long as they can use both of those. Because they can come to your house with any excuse they want, take you, throw you into a jail cell, lock it, and throw away the key, and you never get a lawyer, you never get a phone call or nothing, and they can leave you in there until they decide to parade you around for their own benefit. Sorry, but no. I mean, when they put those two things together, that no. Just because I disagree with somebody or somebody's political view or political ideology, and I say so out in public, that is not an excuse for them to arrest me and throw me in a prison cell calling me a terrorist and never give me a lawyer or a day in court. What are you talking about, blaming others for the January 6th thing? I wasn't blaming anybody. I was just stating facts that were on video. Have a good night there, Samantha. Jen, I'm sending you a text. All right. Oh no, we got a stupid one of those. Damn. Great. Now we got those stupid bots in here. I guarantee they came in. I guarantee they came in with that person that I was talking about a second ago there, Jen. Yeah, but he's saying it's just leftists that they're doing that to. No, they're doing that to everybody. Take a look at all of the death tolls and everything else on both sides. I'm sorry, but it's evenly matched. Matter of fact, yeah. And as far as deporting people, okay, I'm sorry, if you're not here legally, why aren't you getting deported? If you're not here legally and you get caught doing something that you shouldn't be doing, well, gee, you already broke the law because you're here illegally, so yeah, you're getting deported. They are not, anybody that's here in any way that makes it so that they could possibly be deported anyway, does not have the right to vote because they are not an American citizen. You have to be an American citizen and of legal voting age to vote, period. And that's in the Constitution. So anybody that thinks that you know, they're trying to kill them off and deport them all out of here. Wait a minute. If they're deporting them, they weren't legal citizens in the first place, which means they should not have been allowed to vote in the first place because they could not legally do so anyway. All right, I'm done talking about deportations and all of that. We're not talking about that here. Anybody else talking about deportations and whatnot here? You're going to be gone. Period. I don't want it here. Oh. Anybody ever watched the movie 1984? Visa was probably expired, which is the only way they could actually deport them. But anyway, I said I don't want to be talking about that anymore. Yep. 1984. And you're holding, or you're actually using one of those devices from 1984 in your hands right now. They track you through your phone. They can actually get in and see you. They can, anything your camera can see, they can see. Anything your microphones can hear, they can hear. Anytime they want. Same thing with your TV, your smart TVs. They've got cameras in them. At least in the beginning they did. Most of them had cameras in the beginning. A lot of them I've seen today, you can't really see a camera, but I'll bet you if you broke that case open, you'd find one. How do I get rid of these stupid bots? That's okay, you didn't miss anything important, Susan. TW Lives? What? Who's TW? Yep. The only way I can block, the only block I have available when I click on them is a 5-minute block. So in 5 minutes, they'll be back. Oh, is there... I wonder if there's a way if I... So, like, if somebody subscribed to the channel, and is there a way I can see everybody that subscribed to the channel? If I choose one that I know is a problem, can I unsubscribe them and make it so they can't subscribe again? That's a question right there. Can that be done? If it has anything to do with California, I usually don't even bother paying attention. California is one of my most undesirable places. Trying to be nice, by the way. I'm trying to be nice, but I cannot stand California. Okay, so Jen, I am using Prism. I'm using Prism Live. So when you're talking to Ashley tomorrow, let them know I'm using Prism Live, and figure out what settings I need to have set up to better help against that. Well, what parts of California do I not like, or do I not like? Well, let's see. Out in the middle of the woods where there is absolutely nobody within miles, that's beautiful. There is beauty, especially in Northern California. But once you come out of those woods, and get near civilization in California, you got farming communities down along the east side of California and far south, on the southeast. You know, those are good places. Those are good towns and good people for the most part. I'm sure in all the other places there's probably some good people, but no, I don't really like anything in California except the wooded areas where there's nobody. You can walk up into the woods for miles and not run into another person. That's what I like in that area of California. But and in the farming communities. But other than that, the rest of California is just not on my books, okay? Yeah, well, yesterday when X-Ray was live streaming our little round table there, he was live streaming straight on YouTube. He wasn't using Prism. California is a state. It has no business driving anything in this country. And no, California does not drive the economy. I'm sorry, it does not. There are just as many and more shipyards that are more capable than California is, all over the country. Texas alone, along the coastline, down near Corpus Christi, there are shipyards there that are bigger than anything California has. Everything along the East Coast is bigger in the shipyards. And there are far more shipyards, not to mention Portland, Oregon has shipyards. Seattle has shipyards. California doesn't run the economy. The problem is California makes up crazy bat nut laws and crazy regulations and all of that, and then forces it on the rest of the country. Not any one state should ever have any kind of control over the rest of the country. No state should have that kind of power like California has been abusing for over 100 years. And if anybody is so proud of California, do yourself a favor. Look up the bill that they recently just passed called AB 2223. AB 2223. Look it up. It grants abortions up to 28 days after birth. That means the child was born and been alive outside of the mother's womb for up to 28 days, and they can still get an abortion at that point. I'm sorry, that's murder. John Brown, I'm not wrong about the ports. And I know what I read when I read the bill AB 2223. I know what I read. Straight from the pamphlet that came right from your Capitol building, because I was standing right outside of it. I know what I read, and they passed it. Now, when it comes to the ports, I can guarantee you I'm right. I'm a trucker. I am in and out of all of them. There are more ports all over the country on all of the coastlines than there are in California. California does not drive the economy when it comes to the shipping in the ports. They don't. Especially not since this COVID thing, because not one single shipping container from the beginning of this COVID thing until now has come in. Not one. They're all sitting outside of all the stuff that was supposed to come into California has been sitting off the coast of California within 250 miles, not allowed in because there aren't people to do the COVID wiping down and testing and meet the regulations for COVID that California has put out there to bring it in. And since then, nobody's even bothered to try to bring them in. Good night, DJ. Yep. Man, we just suddenly started getting trolls. Lots of trolls. Like I said, I know what I read. Without a doubt, I know what I read. That bill clearly states that they can grant abortions and they can perform abortions up to 28 days after the child has been born. And those idiots in California passed it. Oh, I know Pennsylvania has a mix of crazies. I know they do. I actually have a cousin that lives over there in Philly. He's a priest over there at one of the Catholic churches there. Alrighty. Another one. Good one, silly. See, the problem with a lot of these people that are coming in and saying some of those things, they don't bother to read the bill. They just know that the people on their side pushed the bill and voted for the bill and passed the bill. So it must be good for them because they're on that same side. They've been brainwashed to think that that side is the right side. There is no side. There is humanity. It doesn't matter whether it's right wing or left wing. I'm not right wing. I'm not left wing. I am constitutional, period. If it's not the Constitution, it's not right. If it is not decent for humanity, it's not right. You know, depending on what religious view you have, if it doesn't meet your religious guidelines, you know, for you, it's not right. For other people with their religious guidelines, it might be right, but you know, that's their choice. Everybody has the right to make that choice. But when you outright come into a channel that is talking about all aspects of things and actually literally quoting from a document that was handed out by the people in the Capitol building, stating what that bill is and has it fully listed out, and it clearly states that, and they're coming in and saying, no, you're lying, this is not right, this is not how it is, and you're lying about, excuse me, I'm a truck driver, I'm in and out of every port in this country, and I've been doing it for over 24 years. How many ports do you think I've been in? To come in and try to create problems like that? No. You don't even know what you're talking about when you come in and say stuff like that. You don't. Take the time to read your bills. Take the time to investigate everything that a politician, it doesn't matter whether they were on the left side or the right side. It doesn't matter what party they belonged to. Investigate them. Learn, bring up videos, every video they've ever been in and watch them. Bring up every document they've ever been in, every news report, bring up all their records from everything they've done that is public record, everything that you can find in the public. Bring it all up, look at it all, and make your own decision. This isn't right-wing shit or garbage. This isn't left-wing garbage. This is common sense. People need to wake up and stop voting one side or the other. Do your research into what you're voting on and who you're voting for. Be informed. Don't just spout something because it matches your party line side. Don't just vote for something because it's on your party line side because you were programmed to be one party or the other. Parties shouldn't even exist. This is by the people for the people. Not by the Democrats for the Democrats, not by the Republicans for the Republicans. It's by the people for the people. It's after dark, I can cuss? Well, goddamn, why didn't you fucking tell me earlier? Jesus Christ. I mean, I'm sitting here going, oh my God, I'm having a hard time biting my goddamn tongue. Excuse my language, everybody. I know some people may be a little extra religious and not like that kind of stuff, but I had to let it out for a second. Oh, I apologize to anybody I may have just offended. Besides, what am I really worried about? My channel is not big enough yet to even be considered a moneymaker. It doesn't make any money yet. It's not set up to make money in any way, shape, or form that I know of. I don't even know how to do that yet. So what do I really care if YouTube turns around and neuters the video after it's already been closed out? Because they can't really stop it while it's live, can they? I don't know. Maybe they can. Maybe they can. But are they listening while it's live? Who knows? Okay. Steve, that wasn't a real thing. That was a hypothetical. The fact is that under the Emergency Powers Act, any politician can make any crazy mandate they want. And guess what? That is the same piece of legislation, by the way, that the Germans used to round up all the Jews. So do you really want crazy politicians that do not care what the people say, what the people want, and are only in it for themselves to be using the Emergency Powers Act to make any mandate they want? Do you really want that? I was putting that out there as a hypothetical because it is possible that they could make a mandate like that or similar to that. They could turn around and decide, well, everybody that was born in this certain area, or everybody that was born of this certain gender, or everybody that was born of this particular race or this particular culture is so genetically flawed that they are causing these viruses and illnesses to pop out, and it's killing everybody else. You know, they can make that up just like they made up a lot of other things, and they can turn around and make a mandate that can end up getting rid of those people. Like a genocide, but doing it legally through their mandate, through the use of the Emergency Powers Act. That's why I'm saying that Emergency Powers Act is one of the most dangerous things ever. Look at your history. Like I said, the Germans used it to round up the Jews in World War II. Yes, they very well could, Cynthia. Yes, they could. The thing is, that Emergency Powers Act basically neuters the Constitution. The Emergency Powers Act makes it so that the Bill of Rights does not exist. Because with the Emergency Powers Act, there's no Bill of Rights. They can do and say anything they want and make you do it, or try to, right? With a mandate. So the thing is, mandates are not laws. They can try to force it. So now they're looking at signing a deal with the WHO to give our sovereignty over to the WHO in times of pandemic. So now, if they declare a pandemic, if that goes through, by the way, and they turn around and declare a pandemic, now the U.S. president and all of the politicians in this country no longer control anything in this country, no matter what. And neither do the people. The WHO takes full control, and they bring in the UN, and they force whatever they want down our throats. I'm sorry, but no. We have to stop it now. So, ask me some questions there, Steve French. Anything that is not clear to you, I will try to explain it the best that I can. I completely agree there, Kathy. Yeah. So you're only looking at one or two news sources there that are considered right-wing news sources. You need to start looking at all news sources regarding the WHO and the UN. You need to go back in history. You need to go back 10, 20 years and look at things that the WHO and the UN have done. There's a reason that our former president got us out of the WHO and was trying to pull us out of the UN. There's a huge reason for it. Not only was he trying to pull us out of the UN, but he was also trying to get the other countries in the UN to actually foot their bill like they're supposed to, instead of America footing the entire bill. That's something people don't even realize. The United States has completely funded the UN ever since George Bush Sr. Yeah, I know Alex. I know Alex pretty well. I've had plenty of talks with him in person. I was in the convoy with him. Trump enacted the emergency powers. So basically, the House put out the emergency powers. The House passed it, the Senate passed it, put it on Trump's desk. And that was in the very beginning. And remember, Trump stepped out there and asked for 2 weeks to slow the curve, okay? Trump asked for 2 weeks to slow the curve. Once that 2 weeks was done, Trump continually kept begging for it all to stop. Kept telling people they needed to get back to work. Kept telling people that the mandates needed to stop. Kept telling people, and he tried to get them to roll back the Emergency Powers Act. The problem is the House and the Senate refused. They refused and they refused and they refused. And only until recently did they actually try to pass a bill to bring back the Emergency Powers Act, knowing, and the only reason they did this is because they know for a fact Biden will veto it, and he's going to if it hits his desk. He's already said so. Trump only wanted to protect the country for the short amount of time that it would take to make sure that the hospitals would not get overloaded. After that, he was trying to pull it all back, and he even woke up to it. He was even advocating for hydroxychloroquines, all kinds of other treatments. He was advocating for a lot of things. The problem is his hands were pretty much tied after certain things were put in place. Once those things got put in place, his hands got tied because a president just can't cancel something. he has to have the House and the Senate to agree with him, and the House and the Senate did not. Every part of the fact that that was still in place after Trump was trying to get it out all rests in the hands of the House and the Senate. Yeah, Alex is on the front line. I'm kind of sad that Alex is out there with such a small group of his own now, instead of being with the entire convoy. I'm sad the whole convoy broke up and split into like 6 or 7 different factions. You know, it was really sad to see that happen. It was also really sad to see the convoy get smaller and smaller and smaller all the way to California, and continue getting smaller and smaller and smaller. You know, I mean, it was bad. It was bad watching it happen. It was all, you know, I came and went from the convoy as much as I could after I'd been in I went all the way into Hagerstown the first time. I was there for weeks, and then I financial reasons, I had to leave and get back to work. And, you know, from time to time, I have popped back in with the convoy when I could, especially out in Sacramento, and out in Sheridan, Wyoming, and Ohio, and you know, all the way back into Hagerstown. I came and went as much as I could, especially for what I could afford to do. And it was just sad watching it happen. I knew it was happening, but I mean, it's not like you could tell the people that this is what was going on. This is what you could see, because they didn't, you know, you really can't you can't grab somebody and just snap them out of their delusion. I'm not saying that anybody was delusional, but once somebody is so invested into something, it's hard for them to see the things that have gone wrong around them while they're so invested into trying to make it right. Well, I can tell you that the American Freedom Convoy said they were going to D.C., and they were going to continue until their mission was ended, until they actually succeeded or were defeated, period. And guess what? They are still there like they promised. As far as that goes, you see, they stayed there when the People's Convoy left and went to California. So they're still doing their mission like they said they would. They have held their word on everything. The People's Convoy, on the other hand, near the end, everything just kind of went out the window, and it's hard to really say, but since the People's Convoy split up into so many different groups, there's one group in particular that I'm not going to mention that I will not have anything to do with. And I am still sitting here watching a lot of the other groups to see what's really going on, to make my decision on who I want to put support behind and who I don't. You know, it's like watching a volcano erupt. We are still at the point where there are still giant rocks up in the air, not quite fallen all the way to the ground yet. You know, I want to wait and see what all comes down. Like, you know, when the chips quit falling and everything gets washed away, who is still out there and who is still doing the right thing? You know, who is still doing it the right way? Who is still being peaceful, and who is still portraying the right message? You know, the message that needs to be in the interest of humanity, in the interest of the American people, not necessarily in the interest of any one particular party. You know, what is good for this country as a people, period, you know. So I'm waiting to be able to really discern where I can go with that, you know, because right now I still feel it is way too early to know which groups are going to be headed the right way and which ones are not. But, like I said, though, the AFC has been there the entire time, like they promised. They have done everything they promised. They held their word on everything that they have done. And they are still there. So I do support the AFC. The others, all of the others, like I said, I'm waiting to see what washes out before I make a judgment call on any of it. Yep. Now, everybody says, oh, well, the AFC doesn't allow streamers. The AFC doesn't allow streamers. Yes, they do. They just have strict guidelines for the streamers. Live streamers must have some kind of sign and some kind of warning to everybody around that they are live streaming. Because it is illegal to live stream somebody without their permission, without their consent. It is illegal. And the reason for that is because it's private property. AFC owns the property they are on. They leased that property legally. It's private property. It's not public. And part of the reason that the AFC made that decision to have it that way, you know, I mean, you have to have a warning that, hey, you're walking into a live stream, or there's a live streamer there and he is live, you know. So if you don't want to be on a live stream, you can be aware and avoid it. You know, the reason the AFC came up with that in the first place is because when we first got to Hagerstown the first time, there were so many live streamers, and they were everywhere, and it didn't matter day or night. I'm sitting in the cab of my truck, or I'm laying in bed in the back, right? And here comes somebody with an ultra bright light with their live stream camera held up as high as they can get to see everything inside my truck and walk around through my windows and around. They do not know if I was naked. They do not know if maybe I had a significant other with me and we were doing things that, you know, adults do. They don't know anything. But they were purposely at 2 a.m., at 4 a.m., at 1 a.m., at midnight, or at 10 in the afternoon. They were purposely videoing inside our cabs in the semi-trucks. So I'm sorry, but no. You can't just run up into people's privacy areas and video whatever you want. You can't do that. And that's why the AFC has very strict guidelines for the live streaming while they're on the AFC property. Once you're not on AFC property, then pretty much whatever you catch on your live stream, you catch on your live stream. You know, like when you're in the middle of a convoy or, you know, out in the public, passing out flyers and all of that, that's perfectly fine. But when you get back to what is considered home base and people are winding down and they're going to bed and they're doing, you know, whatever, I'm sorry, but everybody deserves a level of privacy. So anybody that bashes the AFC over their guidelines for live streamers, they need to rethink their priorities, you know? I mean, would they want somebody busting into their bedroom with a bright ass light and a video camera going? Where I am at right now, it is 0011. It is just 11 minutes after midnight. Yep. Soup Mama. So basically we had the People's Convoy had the kitchen use in the Hagerstown Speedway. They had cooks in there, volunteer cooks in the whole nine. The problem is when we would be out on the convoy and we would do at least 2 rounds around DC and come back, for most of us that were in that actually went out and made the 2 rounds, by the time we got back, there was no food left out of the main kitchen. So at that point, we had nowhere to get food until people said, hey, there's this Soup Mama in the back, right? At the time, she wasn't Soup Mama. We were calling her Soup Nazi, but then, anyway, things transpired and whatever. But she ended up Soup Mama. That's where we ended up getting the majority of our food when we got back, because the food that was actually meant for the people in the convoy would be all eaten up and taken out by the people who did not go out and do the convoy, by the people that were just coming in to see the convoy or to be there but not actually do convoy stuff. Those people ate all the food before most of us got back from the convoy every day. So most of us ended up eating whatever Soup Mama had prepared back there with the American Freedom Convoy. So yeah, she's a great lady. She is a wonderful lady, and she is a great cook. She is really good, and she's got one of the biggest, most pure hearts that I've seen in someone like her for a long time. And she's very, very patriotic. I mean, she's in it for all the right reasons. Why, Violet? You can tell me what you think about the AFC, and I can tell you what I see. So basically, every bit of bad publicity that the AFC was ever given came from one person. It came from Chris Young, who was one of the puppet masters and of the People's Convoy. Now, see, the reason that started was because when the People's Convoy was getting together and they put out a date that said that was originally when they were going to first start out of California heading to Hagerstown the first time. They put out a date, and then they extended that date out. But at that time, the American Freedom Convoy had already scheduled everything out to meet them in Hagerstown from the date that had originally been broadcast that they were going to that the American People's Convoy was going to leave California. So the American Freedom Convoy was going to show up at the same time, and everything was going to kind of come together all at once at the same time, same day, right? So the People's Convoy pushed their days out and pushed their days out and pushed their days out. And then suddenly, when American Freedom Convoy said, no, we are doing what we said we did. We're going to do exactly what we said we're going to do. We are going on. We're going to start on this day, and we're going to arrive in Hagerstown on this day, period. And they started rolling because they promised everybody. They had everything scheduled out. They had all of their rallies on the way scheduled out already. Everything was already paid for and the whole nine. So the American Freedom Convoy did exactly what they said they were going to do the entire time. Now, when the People's Convoy had decided that they were going to leave March 4th or 5th ish, because they were going to attend a rally down there in California near the Bakersfield Coachella area. So that's when the American Freedom Convoy said, no, we're still leaving on this day and we're still arriving in Hagerstown on this day. We made all these commitments. We've put out all this money. We're not changing anything. Then the People's Convoy suddenly said, okay, now we're leaving on the 23rd instead of the 5th. We're leaving a couple of weeks earlier. We're going now, right? In order to be able to catch up with the AFC. Well, the problem is They didn't quite plan it out right. The People's Convoy didn't, because they didn't catch up and meet the AFC at the same time on the same day in Hagerstown. The AFC arrived exactly when they said they would, and they were almost a week ahead of the People's Convoy. The People's Convoy originally was supposed to arrive at that same time, but the People's Convoy made a lot of mistakes on the way and moved a lot more slowly than they had predicted. So, that was part of what started it. Now, once they were in Hagerstown, Chris Young turned around and instantly shut the AFC out. Would not fuel up their cars, would not fuel up their trucks, would not provide them with anything that was given to the convoys in general, right? Nothing that was donated went from the People's Convoy to the American Freedom Convoy. Nothing. Then the American Freedom Convoy would try to help, and they were told no. They tried to do a lot of things. They kept getting told no. So the American Freedom Convoy starts going, okay, we're going to pull back. We're going to follow along. We're going to do our thing. We're going to be like we're supposed to be. And Chris Young immediately is out there every day posting lies, making stuff up about the American Freedom Convoy. And especially when the People's Convoy decided to go to California, the American Freedom Convoy said, no, that's not our mission. That is not what we told our people. That is not what we got the fundraising from. That is not what our people are supporting us for. We came here for a mission, and we're going to stay here to do that mission, because that's what we told our people, and that's what our plan was, and that's what we're doing, right? Well, Chris Young continued to bash them and got worse and worse and worse. Everything that was said about the AFC in any way, shape, or form was complete, made up, targeted assassination style. She was literally trying to kill the AFC because the AFC would not bow down to her. Now you see what happened to the People's Convoy throughout the whole thing, going to California and coming back, getting smaller the entire way, and then just kind of imploding once they got back into Hagerstown. Guess what? The American Freedom Convoy is still there. They're still doing their mission, like they said they would. What did the People's Convoy do, especially under the guidance of Chris Young? So go ahead and explain to me what you think about the AFC. Bye, Anna, whatever. I don't know if you're going to bed or why you're saying goodbye, but anyway. So when I stated all that about the AFC and the stuff going on between them and Chris Young with the People's Convoy, I was there firsthand to see a lot of it in person. I also saw from a couple of friends of mine, especially one that rode with me quite a lot, on their Facebook. Because, I don't have a Facebook, so I have to go to other people's to see what people are talking about. I saw every single post that Chris Young put out trashing trying to badmouth and trash the AFC. And then I saw every single post that the AFC put out, and it had nothing to do with trashing anybody. The AFC did not react or respond in kind. Just like other situations, like, okay, you've got somebody out there that is trying to kill a movement or squash a movement that could rival theirs. Because when we showed up as the People's Convoy in Hagerstown, there were just as many trucks and cars and everything else already there, and they were the American Freedom Convoy. They were just as big. They were just as big as the People's Convoy, and that scared Chris Young, because Chris Young would no longer be in full control. That is what I saw firsthand. I'm sorry, Violet, but when the word came out that that stuff was supposedly taken out prior to being given to the 1776 people, they were mistaken. They didn't know that all of that stuff was in the trailer that Mudpig had, and Mudpig delivered it straight to the 1776. They have all that stuff. So what you saw in that live feed that day when that was said prematurely. The stuff is there. They have it. I've even seen live streams after the fact where those mess tents and everything are set up right there next to Big D's fire engine. So I'm sorry, but you gotta keep up. There was no 501c3 for the People's Convoy. That's one of the big things that came to light, right, that actually caused the whole explosion. The whole separation of people there at the People's Convoy in Hagerstown. It came to light that there was no 501c3. The money was never put in one. That was one of the that was one of the biggest things that started that whole mess there in Hagerstown that last day. At least that's what I've heard from so many people that were there. Because I had already left. I left the day before that. Seriously, as soon as we arrived back that first day, I was there at the meeting that night, I saw what I saw, and I made the decision to leave. I was gone by the next morning. No, there really wasn't that much checks and balances in place there, Jen, because guess what? You know that guy Marco that was supposedly security for Marcus alone? Well, why in the world was Marco getting 30% as security? 30% of everything that came in went to Marco. And we only just found this out, by the way. Well, Taika, there is... see, Brian, when we were first in Hagerstown and it was cold and snowing and everything, Brian was running around asking people if they were all right, if they needed anything, if they needed him to get them a hotel. You know, Brian made every step he could to make sure that everybody was warm, comfortable, and safe. Okay? With that being said, people that came along on the convoy came so of their own free will. They knew we were still in the throes of winter, or the ending of winter. They knew that temperatures range different all over the country. They should have been prepared themselves. Now, that being said, that's mostly just the people in their cars. You know, if you're going to do something like that in your car, you need to make sure you're prepared for every event. Whether it's hot weather, cold weather, nasty weather of any kind, or whatever it may be. You need to be prepared, especially if you're going to be taking a trip of any kind. You need to be prepared for everything. Now, that being said, every single truck driver was prepared. We always are. We live on the road 24/7, 365. So, you know, the biggest thing that I saw that was kind of a problem were people showing up and trying to suddenly become in charge of something. You know, like I watched one group of people come in, like we'd already been in Hagerstown for 5 or 6 days. Nobody'd ever seen these people before, not anywhere from California to Hagerstown. You know, we'd been there for 5 or 6 days already, and this group of people come in and they start, well, we're in charge of this area here, and we're turning this into a dog park right here, and we're turning this into this over here. You know, I'm sorry, but you're on somebody else's property to begin with. You can't just start building things. And you can't just come in and start forcing everybody out of an area because you're going to do something there. Not unless the leadership of the convoy comes out and says so. I mean, you don't just stomp in and start taking control of something that wasn't yours to begin with. And there was too much of that. There were too many people coming in and trying to take control of things in all kinds of ways. And there were too many people that tried every day to become more than they were. There were too many people that were bickering at each other the entire time. You know, I mean, there were a lot of things that went wrong. A lot. Yeah, we did a lot of good. We did a lot of good things. We had a lot of accomplishments, but people are people, and people need to wake up and realize that they need to completely coexist in order to pull something like this off. And the sad part is nobody seemed to be able to do that for too long. Everybody's egos seemed to get in the way. Well, yeah, they could have erected tents. The thing is, nobody asked for it. Everybody was taken care of one way or another. You know? I mean, you may have felt sorry for the people, but the people chose to do things the way they did them. When Brian walks up to you and asks you if you need him to get you a hotel for the night because it's going to be snowy and too cold, and you tell him no, that's on you. And it was not the responsibility of the convoy. The convoy money should not go to acquiring a ton of tents for all the people that were not prepared. That money was solely to push forward and drive for the purpose that we went there, and that was to combat the Emergency Powers Act. Very true, Jen. Very true. I wouldn't say build back better, but because we all know that doesn't work. Yeah. Yep. Soon as we started getting a couple of trolls earlier, suddenly those bots came in with them. I'm getting rid of them as soon as I can get to them. But yeah, they just, once they're in here, there's no getting rid of them. Yeah. Yes, I'm still live, Suzanne. You have a good night, Taika Shatner. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Oh, that's because so if you want to know why I'm still awake, considering it's already midnight and I stopped like 4 hours ago, and all of that after having driven all day, part of my problem is having been ex-military, having been deployed into all kinds of hot zones and been in battle, you know. As a matter of fact, it started the very first time I was deployed into Kuwait. I can sleep for 2 hours and then I'm wide awake. I can't sleep all the way through the night. I'll sleep for 2 hours and I'll be wide awake. And then I'll sleep again. I'll slowly get back to sleep and I'll be asleep again for about 2 hours and I'll be awake again. You know, it's just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. For me, I have found it to be a lot easier to fully drain myself out to the point that I can't even think anymore before going to bed. That way, I actually end up getting more rest, even though I'm still waking up off and on. I don't wake up. I mean, I'll wake up, but I'll be right back to sleep almost instantly. Instead of, you know, if I ended my day out and, you know, got a meal and walked the dog and you know, did a couple of things and then went to bed, when I would go to bed and I'd get 2 hours of sleep and then I'd be awake, it would be like an hour or two before I could get back to sleep. So if I really wear myself out beforehand, then I might wake up, but and I'll remember waking up and I'll remember seeing things and when my eyes opened and whatnot, but it's only for a minute or two and I'm back to sleep. So that's one of the reasons I'm still going right now, because I'm still kind of amped. You know, the other thing is When you drive a semi-truck across Wyoming with 80-mile-an-hour winds, you get hit with a lot of adrenaline. So I'm still coming down from that. "8 a.m. Where are you, Kathy? What part of the world?" Nice. Okay. Spain. I've always wanted to go and tour Spain. Never had the chance. You have a good night, Violet. It was a pleasure having you in here. All right, Jen, you have a good night too. I'm probably going to be ending this here any minute. You know, I actually probably need to go hit a restroom. So I'm pretty sure you guys don't want to walk in there with me. Oh, sorry, Larry. I don't go to New Jersey. My truck is way too big for New Jersey. Not to mention, I don't pay tolls. I hate tolls. Oh. Well, thank you for your help tonight, Jen. You've been a blessing. And have fun with the G's, when, especially when you're learning stuff from Ashley there. Oh, I've been in Hell's Kitchen. You know, years ago I had smaller trucks. Well, they were regular sized semi trucks. Okay. This truck that I have now, the frame on the truck itself is stretched out an extra 8 feet. So now I am long enough that almost every corner I could possibly take in New Jersey, I would run over the telephone pole on the opposite side with the trailer. So I don't bother going into Jersey for that reason, but I also don't like the tolls. But I've been to Hell's Kitchen. That, and I've been up and down the Garden State so many times that, you know, I used to haul concert tours, and you've got that auditorium over there just off the Garden State. I can't remember the name of it, but I've been in there so many times. Oh. Nice. One of these days I might get a chance to tour Spain. I want to. I want to go over there. I want to actually take a motorcycle over there and tour Spain on a motorcycle. You'll send X-Ray the bill. Okay. Have a good night, Jen. Oh. Hey Larry, I love your public statement there. I agree with it. Do not come to New Jersey. There's nothing to see here. Oh, another place I really want to tour, especially on motorcycle, is China. I've always wanted to tour China. The problem is, I'm not sure I would ever actually go to China. I'm pretty sure I want to tour it, especially the old outskirts stuff, but I don't agree with communism. I don't agree with anything they're doing over there, and I do not want to be a political prisoner. So, yeah, China's out. Even though I wanted to go to China for a long time and tour and all that, but that'll never happen. I've been all over the Middle East. Uncle Sam loved to send me to the litter box. I've been in Egypt. I've been in Paris. I've been in Germany. I want to go and I really want to go and explore Japan too. That would be awesome. I love Japan. I just have never had a chance to be there. I've seen almost every possible inch from the road in Canada. If it's a road a truck could go down, I've been on it. Up there and down here in the U.S. I just wish I could still go to Canada, but I can't because of the vaccine card requirement just across the border now. Oh, we got the same rules here, Kathy. We got the same rules here. Problem is, in this country, the bikers are the ones overtaking the cars. Cars don't overtake bikes in this country because the bikers are always going far faster than the cars. For the most part. I didn't need a birth certificate to cross in and out of Canada. I had my driver's license for a long time. That was all I needed to get in and out. And then more recently, we had to have the passport. But now, for the last couple of years before the pandemic thing, and before the vaccine card thing, I just needed my driver's license again because now my driver's license is the updated one that actually I can go to any country in the world because it acts as a passport as well. So even though I still have my passport, my new driver's license actually acts as both a driver's license and a passport by itself. So I could just use my license again, but it doesn't matter because I don't have the vaccine card to get into Canada now. And I used to love going up there. It's so beautiful up there in a lot of ways. Not to mention the money is really good to go up there. It pays so much more to take a load into Canada and a load from Canada back into the U.S. than it does just hauling 5 or 6 loads here in the U.S. I used to make a ton of money going taking loads up to St. John's, Newfoundland. And I used to love putting my truck on the ferry. You know, it's amazing. You're on a giant boat in the middle of the ocean with 78 fully loaded 78 to 100 fully loaded semi trucks, and like several hundred RVs and a couple thousand cars and pickups and motorcycles, and all the people with them, all on a boat together for 24 hours going to St. John's. This is always fun. I miss it. And if anybody ever goes to St. John's, Newfoundland, you have to get screeched in. Just remember that. I'm not going to tell you anything else, but you have to get screeched in. It's something I recommend. You'll have a blast. Oh. Well, I think I will call it a night. It was nice having you all here tonight. Thank you. I appreciate it. Anytime you guys want to talk about other kinds of topics, just bring them up in the comments. We'll talk about them. I'm not sure when I'm going live again next. I just kind of randomly do it when I feel like I have time, or especially when I know I'm in an area where I have a good enough signal to do so, because most of the time I don't have a good enough signal. Like earlier today, I would have loved to have been live streaming when I was driving all the way through Wyoming, but for most of Wyoming, I can barely even get a phone call. So there you go. And keep your eyes open for all the news coming around, especially from other live streamers. You know, and what's going on in your own neighborhood. What's going on in your own neighborhood? That's the most important. What's directly affecting you right where you live? Let's talk about stuff like that next time, all right? For now, I'm saying goodnight to everybody, and I'll most likely see you tomorrow for a little bit before I break into the middle of nowhere on the other end of Salt Lake. And most of Nevada, I probably won't have much of a signal either. So it's going to be hit or miss. We will see how it plays out. You're welcome, Barbara. And thank you, Silly. You do a good job. Although I wish you were on top of those bots faster than me. Everybody have a good night. We will see you tomorrow. I'll probably turn you guys on right before I start driving. Yeah, I might start live streaming before I start driving. Have a good night.